Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. And we're back. Hello, hello. If my timer is off, let me know and I can adjust it. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for portaling over. We're in better shape than we were, so that's a good thing. So, looks like we're at about 3.5 hours of deliberations. Jess, what is the courtroom like this morning? If you can give us an update. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, Mel Mel. How are you? Good morning, Melissa B. Good morning, Auntie Cheryl. Good morning, Mike Sanner. It's good to see you. Robin, I'm sorry you're having a tough day today. But a very happy birthday to Flo and to Robin's grandsons. If you missed it, we're going to do another birthday celebration for Miss Flobo and Robin's grandsons and anybody else who's celebrating a birthday on February the 22nd. This is for you.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happiest of birthdays to everyone. Exciting stuff. We've got merch sales going on right now. All kinds of good stuff. So you guys, we are here for the duration until there is a verdict. We will be here. So gamble away until that time. I'm going to be in and out with you guys. I'll be checking in, but I've got to take care of some stuff. And we've got Daybell at 11:30. Don't forget. I got to get that ready. Aw, Canine Dream Dog. Almost 2 a.m. here. Where are you, Dream Dog? You have the best voice on the tubes. I really enjoy listening to you. Thank you. And I'll gladly accept those flowers. Thanks. I know. You can't blame me, Danielle. Walter, good morning. Good morning, Night Stalker. Is it Australia where it's 2 a.m.? Wow. Isn't that weird? My day is just beginning and y'all's is far from ending. You're about to start a new day. It's crazy. The other side of the world and you're watching. Thank you for watching. Yes, Night Stalker. Yep. So it really hasn't been that long. It's just that the judge ended things so early yesterday. Good morning, Miss Robin. Good to see you. And good morning, Miss Kristen. Is there a Koberger hearing? No, the 28th. We have an event up for the Koberger hearing already. If you want to go click that notification bell. 28th of February. You're Australian. It's 10:43, says Kenny Neckers. 1:43 a.m. and I'm eating ice cream, says Miss K. You go, girl. You do you. Sounds like me. Walter, was there instructions somewhere on the gambling? So really all you do is use the codes, the commands. You've got exclamation point slots, space, then your number of points, exclamation point gamble, space, your number of points, exclamation point heist, your number of points. Silver Springs, how nice. I love the springs. And it's cold here still. My lips are chapped. I feel like Jennifer Crumbly. Jennifer loves chapstick. She sure does. So James Crumbly. So yesterday he's trying to get his trial moved. I don't think it's going to happen. Also they're trying to keep a couple witnesses that witnessed the shooting out. And they're also trying to keep Ethan's journal out. So the main juror, after Jennifer was convicted, said the journal was pretty much their tipping point. Hey, Blentiful, it was their tipping point. So now James's lawyer is trying to get that thrown out. That's not a big surprise, is it? Yeah, I don't think so either, Ryan. And good morning, Ryan. Oh, I'm tired today. Where will they move the trial? I know they can't. They won't. I don't think they will, Miss Robin. But he wants that journal out. So the judge said she would make her decision. So we don't know yet. Yeah, and so, yeah, they did say, yep, she had her hands on that gun at the last. Yeah, he won't though. One-eyed Flo. He's going to try to save his ass. Patty, yeah, my husband and I were talking about that last night, like how the trial went and stuff. And I think that it's kind of interesting because I think that the fact that they just went at all these witnesses to try to discredit them means they had zero defense for their client. I mean, they never once had any defense for Adam, right? All they could do was sit there and try to discredit the witnesses that were testifying. And that's really all they could do. And that's all they did do. Oh, much better. I got my camera thing on. Oh. I gotta share something with y'all. We gotta ways until Daybell. But get this. I was watching a special last night because okay, so if you're following the Audrey Cunningham case and the Don McDougal piece of shit, Nancy Grace did a great show last night. She had Mark Klass on her show. And if you have ever followed the case of Polly Klass was taken from her bedroom during a sleepover. But what I can't get to the bottom of is why this guy, I can't remember his name offhand, but the guy that took Polly Klass, why he chose her house. Apparently it was because there was a broken street light and it was dark and he was going to rob the house, but he robbed the house and then decided to take Polly Klass and rape and kill her, I guess. But anyway, I was watching, oh, I know, Robin, he's disgusting. I was watching an old show on it, and I think it was FBI or American Justice. And get this, the lawyer for Richard Allen Davis, that was his name, Richard Allen Davis. The lawyer for him is like a carbon copy of Elaine. I have got to show y'all. So let's take this and go. You're going to shit. She looks like Elaine. She talks like Elaine. And she is defending another POS. It was like mind blowing. Let me show you that clip of her. Where's my history? Here it is. Okay. Hold up. I got to find it. I couldn't believe it. Here it is. American Justice. Okay. This is Richard Allen Davis. This is the guy that took her. I clearly can't play all of this because I'll get struck, but I'm going to show you the parts that I can. Okay, so here we go. This is Polly Klaas's house.
30 minutes later, the girls had gotten themselves free and had awakened Polly's mother. She called 911.
Okay, listen. Okay, so this guy, their back door was open. And he went in through the back door. It was unlocked. So he goes into the house and he sees Polly. Well, he finds the girls and he asks who lives there. And she says, I do. And he takes her, but he binds and gags the other two girls. They get free. It takes them a while to get free. And then they go wake up Polly's mom. Polly's mom and dad were divorced. So Mark Klaas and his wife were divorced. Now listen to the 911 call. They just woke her up and they were like,
Let them go. But he did not.
Listen to the
Davis took
911.
hold of Polly and told her terrified friends to count to 1,000. He said he would return Polly unharmed. Downstairs, the screen door slammed. The would-be burglar had left the house, taking only a pair of tights, a nightgown, and Polly with him. 30 minutes later, the girls had gotten themselves free and had awakened Polly's mother. She called 911.
Apparently a man just broke into our house and he took my daughter. Do you know this man? No, I just woke up and three girls had spent the night and I just woke me up and they said someone just broke into the house.
The Petaluma Police Department issued a written bulletin alerting all area law enforcement agencies about the reported kidnapping. The police did not immediately release the information to the news media or the public because they had not confirmed the story.
Okay, so back then, we still weren't where we are now. They didn't release the information right away because they didn't confirm it. Now they don't wait. Kids missing, it's automatic. But poor Polly, no. So what happened was, the gist of it, this guy got stuck in a ditch and the cops saw his car in the ditch and stopped. He said Polly, after the fact, was in the woods waiting for him. The cops pulled his car out of the ditch and sent him on his way. And he claimed he went back and got Polly, and that was when he did everything that he did to her. Oh, American Justice Voice is I can't remember his name now.
After leaving the house, Davis drove around with Polly until he ended up in a remote part of the county. His car stuck in a ditch just off this private road, 25 miles north of Polly's home. At this point, Davis claims he left Polly untied in the thick growth on the hillside while he worked to get his car out. When the owner of the property discovered the stranger, she called the police. Just before midnight, 2 sheriff's deputies arrived. They questioned Davis not in connection with the kidnapping, but for trespassing.
So he was caught trespassing. Tell Matt we said hello, Jess. Tell Matt to give us a shout out on Court TV. Bill Curtis, thank you. It's Bill Curtis. Okay, so anyways, let's fast forward here. In other words, he slipped through, right? So then they talk about the palm print. They got his palm print at the house. Now check this out. Look what they did for the search efforts. This blew my mind. Look at this operation that they put together. And the sketch looks nothing like the guy. So that's why no one knew. This guy was thrown in jail and these posters were in the jail. No one put 2 and 2 together. No, because the cops searched his car. They found no drugs. They found nothing. So they pulled his car out. They had nothing to take him in on. And they didn't associate him with Polly. But watch this operation that her parents put together to find her.
In Polly's hometown of Petaluma, California, a volunteer search effort took shape overnight. Hundreds of people, drawn by a young girl they'd never met, began searching abandoned buildings and open fields.
We were told when we called her name out to let her know that her Uncle Kelby was looking for her, or her mom or dad by name, so she would respond to us if she was there. She wouldn't be afraid that we were the person that had taken her there.
We had truckers that would come by here every morning and pick up a box of flyers and drop them off everywhere along their route throughout the western states. We distributed by mail and by posting about 9 million copies of Polly's missing child flyer, which was just an unheard of amount.
I can feel her in here. I think she's okay. I think I'm going to get her back.
Actress Winona Ryder offered a $200,000 reward.
Okay, this is kick-ass. I did not know this. Winona Ryder in the 90s offered a $200,000 reward. I just gained so much respect for Winona Ryder last night when I heard that. $200,000 because she grew up in the same town.
Like Polly, she too had grown up in Petaluma, dreaming of becoming an actress.
My greatest wish right now is to meet her in person and to hug her.
The reward prompted hundreds of new leads, adding to the thousands investigators were already pursuing.
Initially, our hope was that it was a ransom kidnap, but when the first 12, 15 hours passed and there was no ransom demand, and when the initial investigation failed to show any other reason for taking Polly, it became very obvious that a man had entered the home and had kidnapped this young woman or this girl, and we're left with one reason for that to happen, and that's a crime of sexual passion.
Okay, so here we're going to fast forward now. Look at this monster. Listen to his history.
For the person we were looking for, but unfortunately there was no connection that was made.
Then on November 29th, police finally had a suspect. The woman who had caught a trespasser 2 months earlier on the night of Polly's abduction called police again. This time, she reported finding suspicious items on her property. Just 50 yards from where the trespasser had been questioned, police picked up a pair of red tights, a cloth hood with bindings, a man's dark blue sweatshirt, and an unrolled condom. Police then checked to see if the trespasser, Richard Allen Davis, had a criminal record. He did. Davis, they discovered, had a history of armed robbery, kidnapping, and attacking several women.
Just like this McDougal piece of shit.
We take a look at the rap sheet and, boom, we know we have our man.
From the age of 12, Davis learned that the criminal justice system could not deter his life of crime.
His first crimes were burglaries, and he received local probation for those, and then violated probation over and over again. Then they finally had to send him to state prison. So he got breaks right off the bat, and he learned what a plea bargain was.
Just like Adam, right? Just like Adam. But wait till you see this lawyer, you're going to crack up.
1976, Davis kidnapped and attempted to sexually assault a woman. He was 22 years old.
He should have never been out.
In custody, he attempted suicide and was transferred to a state hospital.
Where he
From
escaped.
there, he escaped. On the run, he targeted other women.
Approximately 3 months after the initial assault on the other lady, he went into another woman's bedroom and hit her in the head 4 or 5 times with a fireplace poker. She woke up and screamed and scared him off. He later told psychiatrists that this was a release of tension for him. He felt a glow after committing this crime.
He should have never been let out. Sybil, yes. Mark Klass was a beast. He was pissed. This monster should have never, ever been let out. Jenny, I hope you feel better.
And that he and the lady both got something out of it.
Ew. Ew, ew. Oh, love is a 4-letter word. They found him and arrested him 10 miles from where I lived. Wow. This man was a monster.
Davis ran. He then armed himself with a stolen shotgun and knives.
And then just a few days after the assault with the fireplace poker, he waylaid an adult woman coming out of a bar after an office party. She found a gun that she had under her car seat and shot at him and missed, unfortunately.
But he was caught, and this time locked up for a maximum 25 years. After 6, he was paroled.
Wow.
Then in 1984, Davis
25 years and he was paroled in 6.
became involved with Susan Edwards.
Yes, Myron.
Together, they kidnapped a woman and forced her at gunpoint to withdraw $6,000 from her bank account.
Monsters.
Davis was caught again and given a prison sentence of 16 years. But this time, the rules were different. California inmates could cut their time by up to 50% with good behavior.
What Davis did from 1985 to 1993 was behave reasonably well in prison, learn a job, a trade, and not incur any serious violations, the prison rules. So instead of a 16-year sentence, he did 8.
He walked out of prison on June 27th, 1993. 5 months later, Richard Allen Davis was a suspect in the abduction of Polly Klaas. 5
months. He got out. It only took 5 months.
Investigators tracked Davis to his sister's home.
Look at his sister's home. Look at his sister's home. Hashtag Wells. Hashtag McDougal. This is just, it continues to happen and happen and happen.
On an Indian reservation, 110 miles north of San Francisco. He was initially booked on parole violations, but Davis was soon aware that there was more at stake.
Okay, so here we go with the McDougal parallels. Okay, they held him on unrelated charges. Now they interrogate him. Watch what he says in the interrogation.
He was told he looked like the sketch of a kidnapping suspect.
You heard about the kidnapping. What did you think about it? Some of those sick I've done 16 years in prison. I'm mad enough. Sick motherfuckers.
The officer then told Davis that police had reason to believe that he had taken Polly. Davis denied any involvement.
But we want to know is why. I can't answer that question. Get real. Know nothing about it. Hell no. You kidnapped that little broad, man. Get real.
Wow. Mark Klaas probably wanted to kill this guy himself. Hell no. I didn't kidnap that little fucking broad, man. Get real.
FBI technicians compared the suspect's palm prints to the one found in Polly's room. It was a perfect match. 4 days after his arrest, Davis was questioned by investigator Mike Neese, who wanted to know if Polly was still alive.
I told him if he ever decided he wanted to tell us where she was or if she was alive, all he had to do was call me. And his response was to use the F word and walk away.
Later that day, a friend
piece of crap
told Davis that the FBI had found his palm print in Polly's room.
Now he wants to talk.
Now Davis changed his mind. He was ready to talk.
Is she alive? Can we go get her? She's not alive. No. Do you know where she is now? Yeah, basically.
Davis told investigators that he had gone to Petaluma on October 1st to try and contact his mother, who he had not seen for many years. When he couldn't find her number in the phone book, Davis got drunk and high on marijuana.
Marijuana made him do
it?
it?
Drug-induced haze, Davis said, that he must have taken Polly.
So he said he was drunk and high, and he was in a haze, and he must have taken her.
Tell me what the last thing that you remember is. Smoking that joint and finishing that. Thinking, I got a pretty good buzz off it.
Oh, I got a pretty good buzz off it. Like, pot doesn't make you kill and want to rape and kill little girls. Right, Myron? Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy?
Basically it.
Okay.
Till, I came to him. Found I had her in the car.
I came to. Okay.
He drove around with Polly, not knowing what to do. Then, Davis said his car got stuck in the ditch. He left her up on a hill, untied, before anyone came by. After the two sheriffs left, he went back to find her.
So remember I said his car went in the ditch? He said she was in the woods waiting for him. He must have had her like so scared. And then after he got the car pulled out by the cops, he came back and got the poor girl.
She just sitting there waiting for you?
Yeah, on the side of the hill. Like I said, she told me, I thought you left me here.
Davis said they drove around for a while and then he panicked. He told investigators that he needed to, quote, cover his tracks.
It's my strange. Biggest thing I know, I couldn't see beating her with anything.
How'd you strangle her?
Just like that.
Can you believe this? I mean, this is literally the most evil person.
Davis said they drove around for a while.
Watch how he says, yeah, like that.
He told investigators that he needed to, quote, cover his tracks.
It's my strange. Biggest thing I know, I couldn't see beating her with anything.
How'd you strangle her?
Just like that.
When the interview was over, Davis led the authorities to the spot where he'd tossed Polly's body. 100 feet west of a highway in Cloverdale, Polly's body was found in a small thicket of woods near an abandoned lumber yard.
I mean, how many times does this have to keep happening? It's just like, it's heartbreaking, man.
The next day, Richard Allen Davis was charged with the kidnapping and murder of Polly Klaas. Petaluma mourned.
My beautiful daughter Polly is dead. America's child is dead.
My hope died the day we found out about Polly. And my fears for Polly disappeared. And the main emotion in my life became rage. And I've pursued everything from that time with very much a sense of rage, including the prosecution of the killer. And it was a matter of bringing this guy to take responsibility some way for the crime that he committed.
Look at this monster. Look at this monster. Can you imagine this man taking your child's life? Wait for it, though. Wait for the lawyer. Y'all are gonna shit.
The state of California wanted to guarantee that this repeat offender...
Okay, let's fast forward to
avoid going back to prison.
Well, I couldn't send her back home, and I'd be right back in the joint. But the only thing I had to do was get rid of her.
Prosecutors believed that Davis killed Polly to get away with 4 crimes he committed that night: kidnapping, burglary, robbery, and attempted sexual abuse of a child. 4 special circumstances that made Polly's murder a capital crime.
Okay, so he's charged with capital murder. Let's see. Here she is. Here's his lawyer. Check this out. Watch.
Polly's murder was the result of a burglary gone bad. Her house chosen only because it sat in the shadows of a broken streetlight. Tragic events, blurred by alcohol and drugs.
It's a senseless crime. There is no sense you can make out of that crime at all. I mean, it's clear he was drinking.
Elaine's mom!
It wasn't a defense, but certainly it impacted his thinking. Because we have to understand, we had like someone who's a chronic alcoholic, he was drinking and smoked a marijuana cigarette.
Richard Allen Davis.
On June 18, 1996, Richard Allen Davis was found guilty on all counts.
And that he did willfully and unlawfully and with malice aforethought murder Polly Hannah Class, a human being.
His reaction?
Thank you, Scott.
That was a gift. Because what that did is it allowed everybody to know what I've known for years, that this is a conscienceless maniac that has absolutely no business being on the street.
But the trial was only half over. California law required a second mini-trial to determine punishment.
Wait, you'll see her more, too.
Life in prison without parole,
Ryan?
Or death by lethal injection.
Now the jury is focusing in on what is the defendant like? Is his life worth saving, for example? I mean,
No, it's not.
There are aspects of his character that are...
Okay, let's fast forward to Elaine. Did they show her again? Or was that the only part of her? Let's watch her again. I guess that's the only clip of her, but does it not freaking look and sound like her? Watch again.
It's a senseless crime. There is no sense you can make out of that crime at all. I mean, it's clear he was drinking. It wasn't a defense, but certainly it impacted his thinking. Because we have to understand, we had like someone who's a chronic alcoholic, he was drinking and smoked a marijuana cigarette.
What is going on? Are we in a matrix? I don't know. Do you guys think that looks like Elaine? Let's look up. What's her name? Caroline Smith, attorney, New Hampshire. Oh, here she is. Here she is. Can you guys see it? There's Caroline. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, we'll finish our episode. Thank you, Scott H., for your super chat. Elaine. Okay.
Richard Allen Davis.
On June 18, 1996, Richard Allen Davis was found guilty on all counts.
And that he did willfully and unlawfully and with malice aforethought murder Polly Hannah Class, a human being.
Look at his hair.
His reaction?
Look at him.
That was a gift.
Wow. Wow. Going down like a freaking prick. Did you guys see that? Flipped off the media.
His reaction?
Evil. Evil. Is that Adam's attorney? Doesn't it look like it? I told you I saw it last night. I was like, what the hell? And mind you, I was getting ready to go to bed too. So I was like really kind of sleepy. And I'm like, this is weird. This guy's a jerk. Look at Elaine right there in this one. It's like Elaine all over again in the courtroom. She's very Elaine. Still watching the flag too.
That was a gift. Because what that did is it allowed everybody to know what I've known for years.
That he's evil.
That this is a conscienceless maniac that has absolutely no business being on the street.
But the trial was only half over. California law required a second mini-trial to determine punishment. Life in prison without parole or death by lethal injection.
Now the jury is focusing in on what is the defendant like? Is his life worth saving, for example? I mean, are there aspects of his character that are sympathetic that have nothing to do with the crime he's charged with? Is there just something there that we should consider before we pronounce a verdict of death or life?
It was a critical time for the defense. The guilty verdict had been expected. Now their aim was to save Davis from execution.
Our real goal, and our important goal, was at the penalty phase, and that, of course, was to get a life verdict for him.
There she
and
is.
Life verdict in prison for the rest of his life.
Richard
with no
Allen
parole.
Davis.
That was the only possibility.
Defense attorney Lorena Chandler pleaded with the jury to take into account Davis's troubled and abusive childhood.
Hey, Michael.
His father was abusive to him. He hit him. He dislocated his jaw, and was.
So Richard Allen Davis was abused as a child. Big surprise.
Personality disorders.
Listen.
He had chronic.
Listen what Elaine, his attorney, says he was diagnosed with. Listen close. And thank you, Suzanne Johnson. Thank you for your super thanks. Thank you so much.
In severe alcoholism from the time he was very young. He was also diagnosed as being schizoid, a schizoid personality,
Lorena.
and an antisocial personality.
Schizoid. She's a schizoid.
Diagnosed as being schizoid, a schizoid personality, and an antisocial personality, and an avoidant personality.
Still, Chandler thought her best bet for mercy would ultimately be the choice Davis made to lead investigators to Polly's body. But for the jury, it was not a reason to spare his life.
One way you could look at it and say that he was trying to help the family. On the other side, you could look at it and say, well, he probably did it just so he could try and cut a better deal. One of the things he asked before he took them to the body was whether he would be able to get life without parole.
So that's the jury foreperson in his trial.
The prosecution called witnesses to appeal to the jury's emotions in an opposite way. Witnesses like Polly's father and maternal grandfather, who moved some members of the jury to tears.
You could see he really loved his granddaughter and enjoyed her company. They played music together and told jokes together. They always had a joke for each other.
The jury began deliberations on July 29th, 1996. For 4 days, they debated. Their decision, death.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, do determine that the penalty shall be death.
You had a case of a guy who had a long history of crimes against women, and for various reasons, he was always unsuccessful, and he finally now turned to a child who was unable to really defend herself. So you look at all of that, and it's just so overwhelming that there would have had to been significant changes in the evidence for me to get to a different decision.
Paranoid schizophrenic can be very dangerous. Schizoid.
Juror number 1, is this your verdict?
Watch him stare at these. Look at him look at the jurors.
Never once did I ever see him looking at us. But at the end, as we were polled, each one of us, he smiled at us.
Look at him.
Juror number 6.
I was not able to ever show emotion in that courtroom. And after they said death penalty, it was the only opportunity I had to do anything. So I said yes, and I pumped my hand. I wanted to tell him to say hello to Hitler and to say hello to Dahmer for me.
Oh my God, I love Mark Klass. Do you love Mark Klass? I got to play that again. Look at this son of a bitch. Staring down the jurors, intimidating them, smiling at them.
I was not able to ever show emotion in that courtroom. And after they said death penalty, it was the only opportunity I had to do anything. So I said yes, and I pumped my hand. I wanted to tell him to say hello to Hitler and to say hello to Dahmer for me. It was payback time in a very small way. Very hollow victory, this.
Oh, here's where
to pass a crime bill with a provision to lock up 3-time felons for life.
This is about, oh shit, dang it. This is about the 3 strikes you're outlaw, I guess.
Marijuana.
Clinton passed this bill and Mark Klass was there by him. Watch.
The federal government has also pursued new ways to get tough on career criminals. In his 1994 State of the Union address, President Clinton called on Congress to pass a crime bill with a provision to lock up 3-time felons for life.
Now, those who commit crimes should be punished, and those who commit repeated violent crimes should be told, when you commit a third violent crime, you will be put away and put away for good. 3 strikes and you are out.
The crowd. I can't.
The bill was passed, and the president signed it later that year, with Polly's father, Mark Klass, looking on. The law applies a special sentence to anyone who has accumulated at least 2 state or federal convictions for violent crimes, and then receives a 3rd conviction for a federal violent felony. The punishment? Life in prison. 44-year-old Tommy Farmer was the first repeat offender to receive a life sentence under the new law.
I think that's it for that portion of it. I think now it's about this guy. But yeah, I wanted to share that. Isn't that weird? I never really knew the outcome myself.
Davis denied any involvement.
But we want to know is why. I can't answer that question. Get real.
Get real. Well, get real, dude. You're dead. Is he still alive? Oh my God. Oh, look at this article. Hold on. We're going to read this. Mark Klass. This is last year. Polly Klass's father calls Governor Newsom a pig for death penalty moratorium. So he was sentenced. So Richard Allen Davis was sentenced to death row in 1996. And he is still in San Quentin State Prison. Under Newsom's moratorium, no one in California can be executed while he is in the governor's office. He's still in San Quentin. Mark Klass says, when we distributed Polly's missing flyer, we acquired a mailing list, spent $15,000 on stamps, printed thousands of flyers, put them in envelopes, and took them to the post office. The flyers began arriving about a week after we started the process. Can you imagine? There was no internet. They had to do it by snail mail. They had to send them all out and wait a week for people to get them. So then he says, now you can create a missing child Facebook page, fill it with pictures and videos, link articles, television reports, testimonials, and law enforcement contact information. This process costs nothing and can be regularly updated. And then he also, Mark Klass said, on the other side of the coin, the proliferation of child porn has emboldened a new generation of pedophiles to use the internet to access and victimize children. They anonymously infiltrate chat rooms, gaming sites, and other online destinations that can leave children vulnerable. I can't imagine either. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Despicable. But Mark Klass has been a beast, fighting for justice and fighting for changes and everything else. Why are we still waiting 4 hours and 15 minutes later for this? This should be a no-brainer. Are they really debating Kayla's involvement here? What's going on? I agree with you, Ryan. No more than 5 years. F that. Yeah, John Walsh made a lot of changes as well. They both did. Good morning, Casey. All right, you guys. I'm going to get some things done before Daybell. We've got about an hour before Chad Daybell. Dumbbell, Chin Bell is in court. So I'm going to get some stuff done. I'll be back in a little bit. I will put some music on for y'all. Some waiting music. I mean, they haven't had any questions. Oh, Jessica Lunsford. Yes, absolutely, I do. I actually talked to Mark Lunsford not a couple years ago. Hey, Joe looking ass. Point that microphone down at your chin and aim it at your chin. I'm going to have to get my Daybell sound bites back.
One cough drop.
Chad's chin will arrive an hour before Chad's body gets to the court. All right, see you guys in a little bit. I love ya. Thanks for being here. If I don't see you later, if you have to go, thank you for being here. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. Jessica's sitting there chit-chatting with Matt, dude. Jessica's fine. She's fine. Trust me. Trust me. Dude, I know Court TV is going to steal our correspondent. Sorry, I said I was going to be gone, but I was just reading about this AT&T outage in Verizon and T-Mobile. Is this part of someone affecting our satellites? Is this someone hacking our satellites? Shutting down our satellites? And isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, y'all, that this happens the day after they say, oh, Russia's doing this with our satellites. And then all of a sudden our cell service goes down. Come on.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Seems a little convenient to me. Scare tactics, anyone?
Why about yourself?
Solar. I just think it's funny that they say yesterday, oh, Russia's doing this with our satellites. They want to take them out. Ah! And then all of a sudden the next day, here we go. Is this to further convince us that Russia is so bad and scary? Even though China is coming here by the droves every day over the border and buying our property, buy all of our Air Force bases. But it's Russia. It's Russia we should be scared of. The Russian president who's sitting down with an American journalist having a civilized conversation. It just defies logic to me.
Cocaine.
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 It's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
All right, I'm off my soapbox. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hey guys. Y'all, I have the cutest picture of Matt and Jessica. It's so cute. Check it. There's our Jess and Matt hanging out at Verdict Watch. Is that not the cutest thing you've ever seen? So we've got Matt from Court TV hanging out with our correspondent Jess at the courthouse. They're chilling together. Isn't that awesome? J is for Justice meets Court TV. We love it. We love it. We love it. Thank you so much, Jess and Matt, for all your hard work. I hope Jess is listening. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Angie, I know you're gonna laugh your ass off at that. Hello, Verdict Watchers. Just coming over to say hello. We're over in the Daybell stream. If anybody wants to see Chad's chin today, we are live. Live. I don't know, Seba. Maybe they get a sack lunch and licorice. I wonder if the jurors are being provided licorice. Judge Matthews. We have licorice, and what else did she have? Pretzels? Like, okay. I want to eat pretzels while I'm deliberating and get my mouth even drier because I'm nervous AF that I'm deciding someone's life, but give me some pretzels. All right, I'm hopping back over to the Daybell stream. I'll see you guys in a few. Juror has a question, guys. Juror has a question. I'm going to mute this music and let's see what's going on. We are live back in the courtroom. With the Adam Montgomery trial, we have a juror question. Hello, Mystic. Good to see you. Good to see you. Queen, you want a chair like that. You want a big headrest like that. I know you do. We have 148 viewers over here in Studio J. Have you hit the like button yet? Here we go.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
Jessica, if you can hear me, I don't know if you have your earbuds in. Can you let us know what you think is going on here? What's the chatter? Thank you for hitting that like button, guys. The judge is back, and then they put us on mute again over here in the Harmony trial. So Elaine, sit down, be humble. I know we're live hopping today. It's stressful. Just kidding. Jay, does Adam have to be in the courtroom if the jury? Nope. Cat in the chat. Cute name, by the way. No, he even has the option to be at sentencing. I don't like that. Did y'all just hear my stomach growl? Oh my gosh. That was so loud. I know my laptop picked that up. She wants everyone to think she is crazy. I think she is crazy. I think she is crazy. I don't think there's any thinking about it. Mega, we've got a jury question. The question is, do we stop the clock for that? I think they do stop the clock when the jury comes in, right? Carmen, I can't even believe that Trachonis trial is still happening. You thought it was your dog? Oh my God, Patrick, how embarrassing. That was my stomach. All right, we have audio in the Adam trial. Here we go, guys. Keep it going? Okay. Thank y'all. Oh, I'm so nervous. They're making everybody leave the courtroom? What's going on? I thought the jurors had a question. Brandy, when is our lunch? The question is, when is our lunch being delivered? Daybell hearing they're having technical issues. Where is our Jess? I know. It's like, what? They had a sidebar and then everybody just left. Hang on, I'm going to try to find out what's going on. Let me see. Jury had a question and they went to a sidebar, and that's all we know. Right? Oh, Ryan. They did it as a sidebar, so we have no idea what the question was. And didn't the defense look kind of happy leaving? All right, hang on. Let me get my phone. This is weird. I'm waiting to hear back. Hang on. I mean, everybody got up so quick. It's kind of odd. She hasn't texted me back yet. Let's go back and watch that scene again. So we were at the chairs, and then they went to the sidebar, and then here they are. What the hell is going on? Well, look at Matt. Look at Matt's right here. He's all confused. Like, what's going on? What's happening is not the norm for questions. They went to sidebar. Prosecutors walked back to Harmony's mom. We think everyone left court. Court is now back in recess and deliberations continue. The heck is going on? Everyone looks kind of confused. Someone needs to check Matt's Twitter. Looks like he's on his computer there. And that's where we are. We're back in deliberations. Weird. I'm going to refresh. So I'm right up to speed. All right. I guess that's it. That was a tease. The Daybell hearing is live. Okay, guys. Hey, I've got some updates from Jess. The defense actually went to lunch. So that's where everybody was going, was to lunch. And then we have a picture. We have a picture of, remember the judge told, yesterday told the jurors to ignore the posters around the courthouse? Well, Jess snapped this picture, and this is one of the posters that the judge was talking about on the poles outside the courthouse. Thank you, Anna. And yes, happy birthday to Flo today. Flobo's birthday. That's the first picture. Hang on, I've got another photo to show you. So this was sent to me by Melissa B. Thank you, Melissa B. This is a post from Twitter. And this is Jameson. This is Harmony's brother. And his dad posted this on Twitter. I have no words. And the games are all off except slots. And that's Harmony and her little brother. The couple is the court TV correspondent and our correspondent, Jess. I honestly have no words, though. I mean, you see him sleeping soundly in his bed, you know. That's where Harmony should be as well. It's so sad. So I wanted to share that. It's heavy. That's why we're here. All right, guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to get something to eat. Okay, so here is the question. The jury wanted the definition of mental state recklessly. You must use definition provided. You should use your common sense and judgment and consider ordinary usage of the terms within the definition. So they were given the definition of mental state recklessly. Whatever that means. I'm stunned. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Well, I'll be damned. We have a verdict. We have a verdict, guys. Let me update the live. What do you guys think? I'm pretty sure it's guilty, but what do you guys think? Thank you, Kendo. It popped right up. All she said was one word, and it gave me a pop-up. Thanks, Mikey, for clarifying that. We have a verdict today, guys. Just before 7 hours. And too bad he's not there to face the music, you know? All right, guys. Let's see what Jess is doing here. Yep, she texted me. I'm nervous too, Melissa. I think he did, Casey. I think he did say that. Oh my gosh, I was laying down too, Potato. I went out in the living room and I'm like, "Oh, I need to lay down for a minute." And then I was like looking at my phone and I saw a pop-up from Kendo that said verdict. Hang on, I got to go make a post. Here we go. Give it on. Poor baby. Hey, Karchi. We have a verdict, guys. The lawyers are making their way into the courtroom.
Real. The participants are not actors.
Mimsy, I didn't see. What was her cause of death? What did he do to her? This is live, Nosy Rosie. We are waiting. Let me get this off the screen. Whew. My nerves have been on edge all day. There's Harmony's mama. I am tired, Island. I am tired. Oh, man, Lexi, that's awful. This is a live look in the courtroom right now. Hey, Texas Ranger, welcome in. That must be the victim's advocate that's talking to them. He should have to appear on Zoom. So does that mean we'll get it sooner than later, Anne? They asked that question for clarification, and then automatically it came back. I have a picture that Jess sent right after they went on break. I'll share with you guys while we're waiting. I know, I feel really nervous too. This is a picture of the defense going to lunch. Of course, Elaine has a purple coat with a fur hood. Would you expect anything less from Elaine? They asked for clarification on that legal term. I really can't explain it. I'm sorry. I don't know. Should we do a poll? Let's see where you guys stand. Get your votes in. Yeah, this has got to be hard as hell for her. Hard as hell. Thank you, 100. I saw that, Mimsy. That's heartbreaking. Horribly heartbreaking. No, he doesn't have to be there for anything, unfortunately. I think those are next to her. Those are her family members. I believe one's a cousin, maybe a friend. I'm not really sure who they are. I know a cousin has been with her, but I don't know who they are. She has to turn her phone off. So Jess has her phone off. I'm not sure how long it'll be. They didn't say. As soon as the judge comes in, I reckon. %4 of you think he's going to be found not guilty. The 4% of you that think he's going to be not guilty, tell me why. I'm curious why. I reckon. Hello, Mark Hughes from England. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for coming into chat. Yes, we need some kind of justice. If this is it, this is what they need. The deputies are getting in place. Elaine is sitting up straight on her computer. She's had a full tummy. She's ready to go, ish. Did you guys see the doggy in court? Prosecution has entered the room and they're at their desk. I did see it, Mimsy. Thank you. Okay, the judge should be coming in shortly. Morse code. Here we go, guys. The question is, does Adam get to watch this? I don't get it. Do you want to call for them?
Ron? Yeah, he's being. Did you call for them? Yes. All rise for the jurors, please. Stand up!
Oh boy, here we go, guys. Oh my god, my camera froze again. What the fuck? So nervous.
You may be seated.
Would the foreperson please rise? Mr. Foreperson, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
That's correct.
As to charge ID 193-7947C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes. As to charge ID 202-7112C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree murder, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
Yes. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the
Yes. Yes.
And as to charge ID 202-7113C, charging the defendant with the crime of falsifying physical evidence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Yes.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes.
Thank you, jury.
And on charge
Thank
ID
you.
202-7114C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of abuse of corpse, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes. And on charge ID 202-7115C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service. You've performed an important civic duty, and that is as to the alternates as well as all the deliberating jurors. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the deliberation room. The alternates are going to be able to go back now with you. You can discuss the case with each other, so it's an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to take a few minutes with the lawyers here, and then I will come in to discuss a couple of other matters with you further, and then you'll be released from your service. All right? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
Guilty across the board. Guilty across the board. Wait till the jury leaves. We muted. Why'd they mute us? Oh, thank God. Crystal must be so relieved.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Counsel, we just need to schedule sentencing. I don't know.
Schedule it.
How much
Get
time
it on the
for each
books.
bill that they need.
We are scheduled here on Thursday the 2nd of March.
March-ish.
Will both sides be prepared? Actually, I don't know what the court's the court may not have sufficient time that day, so let me just look.
Do it now. Scott H., yes. Justice for Harmony. Guilty across the board.
I'm actually going to be in trial that day. I have a docket in the morning, but I'm in trial. After it may be that maybe we could just get some time frame. Let me look to the state first about how long do you need to be prepared? And I'll have...
We may need to at least go a little bit of time beyond that. I would say, sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar as well.
Better not to give me a date. Just tell me about how far out and about how much time you think you'll need.
I think, Your Honor, we're going to need roughly 4 weeks, so somewhere around the last week of March, first week of April.
So sometime after April 1st. I know I'm going into a lengthy trial in April, so we'll see what we can do. About how long a hearing do you feel that you'll need?
Based upon...
I read he didn't have to be there, but I don't know.
Probably at least half the day, so at least a solid 3 hours.
Solid 3 hour sentencing, he said.
Time period to go. When we use less of it, we use less.
Okay, just knowing what the court's docket is, and then I know I have a 3-week trial also in April, it may not be possible to get it in that month, but we'll do it as quickly thereafter as we can, as long as that's sufficient for the defense.
Putting us into May, certainly plenty of time.
Okay, if there are other constraints, please let the court know.
They're saying
Otherwise,
May.
we'll schedule it as the docket permits in sometime after April 1st. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
We have jury trials to work around, but smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
All
who
right,
it's
I'm
about
not
right here.
inclined- I know the parties are preparing sentencing memos. I'm not inclined for a PSI unless somebody feels that one would be needed. No? Okay, very good. Sentencing memos, any sentencing memos should be in, I would say, given the time frame, if you can sentencing memos in 10 days in advance, that would be helpful to the court. That will give time for the court to consider any information, ample time to consider any information the court needs to consider. Anything else we need to accomplish today?
I think, Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, when we do have the sentencing date and we're getting closer, the state will ask under RSA 651:4-A that the defendant, whether he likes it or not, have to be transported here for the sentencing.
Yes.
That's statutory authority.
Okay. If you're going to file something, did you say?
Yes, file it!
There's very clear statute on it, there's case law on it. We will provide that to the court ahead of time and do that in plenty of time so that the defense can respond to that before we get anywhere near that 10-day mark ahead of the hearing.
Okay. Anything else the defense wants to raise?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. All right.
We're muted, but maybe we can still watch everybody exit the courtroom. So the prosecution is going to file something forcing Adam, whether he likes it or not. The prosecutor said whether he likes it or not, that he has to attend the sentencing. So hopefully the judge will rule in favor of the prosecution on that one. Jay, look up Daily Mail, DB says. Okay. We will, as soon as they exit, we'll see what that says. Enraged Titan, Adam Montgomery is heard in a jailhouse call saying FBI agents searching for his daughter's body were wasting their time as the jury deliberates. They did it for Harmony, guys. I'm going to cry. It's called I Don't Give a Damn by Deanz, Deanz. where so many failed Harmony, these guys came through. You know? Like, so many state agencies failed her. But these guys came through for her. And it's all we can ask for. Like, can't bring her back, unfortunately. All right, that is it. So let's check out what the Daily Mail is saying here. Oh man, I've got like hives on my neck. Like that is, whew. More than 70,000 AT&T customers now unable to make calls in a nationwide cell outage. Providers refuse to reveal cause of system meltdown. Do. Let's Twilight Zone. How come I'm not seeing Adam in here? Jesus, look at that picture. What the fuck was that? Here it is, Enraged Titan. Adam Montgomery is heard in a jailhouse call saying FBI agents searching for his daughter's body, wasting their time as jury deliberates. On Monday, the New Hampshire court where the trial is happening heard an audio of a prison call from 2022 where Montgomery tells a friend they had FBI and everyone there digging up the river, dude. They wasted their time. Like, way to just waste taxpayers' money, I guess. The prison conversation was heard just as the court wrapped up the ongoing case's proceedings for the day on Wednesday. Wow. How cute she was. Fucking monster. I mean, there's no doubt that Crystal's got problems, but at least she's there right now. Like, she could very well, like, not show her face. And she's taken the humility that comes along with it. Poor baby. Here's the audio. Let's listen.
So I just had my lawyer send me to the body. So like, I think like 800 pages in discovery. I think they're up to like 5,000 pages now, or something like that. And she's like doing like a roller coaster. Like so people, you hear people come up with this, and these people. Made one dude with one people, I was like on the way, carrying like, oh my god, it's like a roller coaster. She was like, oh my god, I hope this kid didn't do this, and then it turned out to be nothing, and then, oh my god, I hope he didn't do this, and then it turned out to be nothing. Like, you got dude was like, he gave a report to the police and was like, oh, my friend, she passed away, but she was very cool with Adam. Told me Adam gave his daughter to him to bury by the river, like he bring her to the store. They had the FBI and everything else there digging up the river. I'm like, is this real life right now? Like, oh, and she's like, yeah. I'm like,
That's the call we heard, but we couldn't understand. Absolute monster. He's atrocious. A public record request by MUR-TV revealed that the prosecutors at the court last year accused Montgomery of spending 3 months moving Harmony's body around in an effort to keep her hidden from the police. 3 years. God, it's so sick. And she's got a parole hearing in May. Could her hands be any puffier? Monster. And here's beautiful Harmony. She's the reason we all sat here for a couple weeks now. Bye, Lisa. Take care. They never found her. Look at this one. They don't get much cuter than that. She would be 9, you guys. Oh, there's that pole. And then this is the Union Street apartment. This is where the memorial is for her. Oh, yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Look at his fingers. Oh, God, he's a monster. A monster. Those hands. Look at his knuckles. Like, what was he punching there? Look at his knuckles, you guys. Look at his right hand. What the hell has he been punching in jail? Presser on WMUR. Thank you. Let's watch it. Is it on YouTube? He is an absolute monster. I can't stand it. Let's see if this is...
Ready for a new AC
of course, we
or
got to
heating
add.
system? Just call Heritage Home Service. Right now, replace, upgrade, or install a new AC or heating unit and pay no interest for up to 60 months.
Just call heritage.com.
As well as for all of the offenses that he was charged with, that the jury found him guilty of beyond a reasonable doubt for the second-degree murder of his daughter, Harmony Montgomery, as well as falsifying physical evidence, the abuse of her corpse, and witness tampering with regards to Kayla Montgomery. So those I know are certainly the charges. I'm happy to take questions at any time from any questions that people would have.
And we're interested to know how you're feeling in this moment.
Very, very grateful for the jury. This is a very, very difficult case in terms of the number of witnesses that had to testify, that they had to listen to. This jury had to pay attention to 50 witnesses in a little over the course of roughly 8 days. That's a lot of testimony. There's a lot of different factors. You had multiple different charges. They had to consider the July crime separate from what occurred in December and on forward. That's a lot of work for a jury, and they have done that very, very well. And so we were greatly appreciative to the jury's time and attention. They had to listen to facts that the Manchester Police Department and that the community have lived with. And I think a lot of people didn't really know all the facts until they actually heard and saw the witnesses at trial. And as a result of that, again, we're very, very grateful for the jury for their time and their attention on this. And it's a very big relief that they have seen through and that they've held him accountable for the actions that he's committed.
And as prosecutors and law enforcement, I know this isn't about you, but I can't help but notice that there were some tears in your eyes. This case was different. Talk about that and why.
I would say, I don't know if I would say it's different, only because I know other statements that I've heard in the past is to say, why was so much time and resources put towards this little girl? And sometimes even from others saying, well, where are the resources for these other cases? Every person who has their life taken from them on murder, whether it is a 5-year-old child or a 63-year-old man or a 45-year-old, every single person has a value of their lives. And so while some have said, why was so much attention here, that attention is something that the Manchester Police Department, that all of the different law enforcement agencies put into every homicide case in this state. And so this case was different in terms of some of the attention that it garnered, but not in terms of the value of Harmony's life or the value of anybody else's life being taken here in New Hampshire and having the same attention being brought to it and trying to hold those accountable in a court of law, hold them accountable and have some justice.
There was an extra dimension of community involvement because this started as a missing persons case. And it just feels like there is a more public vested interest in all homicides. I didn't mean to equivocate
That's okay.
this case.
That's
but,
okay.
There is a next level to this because of that community involvement from the moment of that New Year's Eve press conference where they said, help us find this little girl.
And that community involvement has been tremendous. Residents in Manchester, but not even just Manchester. So there were residents all around the country who had different tips. We heard some of that at trial with regards to tips that came in from Florida, from Arizona, and those tips were followed up on by partners that we've worked with, the Manchester Police Department has worked with for years, and they were so important to being able to find even sometimes very, very minute pieces. Again, at trial, we heard about one particular tip in Arizona that was tracked down, and somebody thought that is worthwhile to call in to try to find somebody who was missing. And that mattered. And you might think it doesn't matter, but it really does matter. And that's the type of work that was done here. And it's not just the Manchester Police Department, although they have been lions in pursuing this case. It's also the work of the partners that they've been able to team up with. That's New Hampshire State Police, New Hampshire Fish and Game, here in this state, as well. I almost gave a list. I got to remember New Hampshire Department of Corrections and their investigative staff, who've done also a fantastic job. Its counterparts in other states. As you heard during trial, Massachusetts State Police, Massachusetts State Police Dive Team, the Revere Police. You've heard in trial, we was also had assistance from the Maine State Police, also from Maine Fish and Game. Our federal partners, Billy Tufts and everybody over there at the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as the United States Attorney's Office here for the state of New Hampshire. You also had a tremendous amount of work by the FBI in the search of 644 Union Street and other work there. If you want to talk about outside coalitions, not only those other departments, but the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which does this work not only on this case, but every missing adult and child that they can help out every day. You're also talking about some outside agencies like New England Canine Search and Rescue, who volunteered their dogs to be able to help search on several different places. That is a community response. It's a national response, and it could not be more appreciated in a moment like right now.
We just heard from Harmony's mother, and you may have addressed this already, but she still hopes to find Harmony. Where does this mean the end of the search for Harmony? What?
Excellent question, and the answer is it does not. One of the things that we could not state before, but we can more clearly state now after the verdict, is during trial, people heard the last place that Adam Montgomery had driven that U-Haul to. And I have some specifics on that. I'm hoping people are paying attention. He had that U-Haul between March 3rd into March 4th in 2020. He drove 133 miles. We heard about that on that U-Haul. Subtracting back the 2.3 miles back and forth, 3.2 from the rental, that left him with roughly a 106-mile road trip all the way down, at least through the Tobin bridge tolls, we know, northbound, southbound, northbound again through those tolls, and then back to Manchester. That only left him with 26 miles of driving that he could have done between where he was at the Econo Lodge in Manchester and going through the Tobin those 3 times. What that means is, and we know that he went through no New Hampshire tolls, so what that means is that she is somewhere along that route. And you heard about the searches that have been done, specifically in the Rumney Marsh Reservation in Revere, around the Sales Creek area, the Chelsea Creek area, behind North Shore Road. Revere Police, Mass State Police have been relentless in searching those areas with the Manchester Police Department. These ladies and gentlemen drove down and worked with them hand in hand. Those are still our big areas of search, and our big areas that we're hoping that somebody sees something. Everybody who might have seen the trial also would have seen the CMC bag. And there was a demonstrative that was used during trial. It was the exact same type bag. had light tan, it was canvas, had dark-colored straps, and had a CMC logo in the middle. That was positively identified by multiple witnesses as the bag that Adam Montgomery had the last night that he had that bag in the U-Haul. So that bag went somewhere along that route and somewhere within, no more than 26 miles off of that route down and back to Revere. Also at this trial, what was pointed out was the fact that Adam Montgomery was from the Revere area. He would know it very well. That is still a high area of interest, and we are still asking for anybody now who has heard this information, who's seen this information, if you see this bag, if you hear about this bag, if you walk in one of these areas, and you take the dog out for a walk, if you see anything like that that seems to be disturbed, to please let us know. You heard also at trial that Harmony's body was bagged up several times inside of that CMC bag. There's a high likelihood that there may still be parts of her that we can recover, part of her body, pardon me just for a second, part of her body that we can recover. We're really hoping that we can do that. We really hope that she can get the burial that she deserves, that everybody deserves.
Do you think that he'll ever cooperate with you and your investigators and lead you to the body at any point? Do you have hope for that?
I don't know that I can speculate with regards to what Adam Montgomery thinks, the choices that he's made between when he did this, the choice to do what he did, and then the choices he's made since then. I can't speculate on what choice he may make in the future about whether or not to say where she is. But he knows where she is. So.
Ben, what's your message to anyone that thinks they can dispose of a body and get away with murder in New Hampshire?
With regards to that, if anybody who thinks that they can do that, certainly we have cases every day where individuals do things like that. They try to falsify physical evidence, and the work of law enforcement has been tireless to find out who they are, track them down, and hold them accountable. Go ahead. Hold on just a second. She got you first.
Does he have to be here for sentencing, or could he skip that as well?
Under RSA 651:4-A, and I know that's a mouthful, but underneath that particular statute, it says that a defendant shall be brought forward for a statement from a victim in a crime involving a homicide and needs to be here for sentencing unless otherwise excused by the court. That's the statute. As you may have heard in the courtroom, we will be filing with the court and asking the court to enforce that RSA so that he is present for sentencing. Go ahead.
This was a tough case. The victim has never been found, so you prosecuted a murder without a body. And your star witness was somebody who had credibility issues, yet it only took this jury about 7 hours to come back with a guilty verdict on all counts. Do you have any thoughts on how that all came together? Because that's not an easy thing to do.
Well, I obviously don't know what the deliberations were back in the jury. That is sacrosanct with the jury. It's something that neither a court nor the parties will ever ask about. That's their decision-making of how they went forward. But one of the things you saw at trial was the tremendous amount of corroboration here. So it wasn't just one person and their say-so, even though that person's say-so could have been enough to simply find it guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There were so many other parts to this, so many other witnesses that did come forward that corroborated different parts of the story that had been told. So I think taking the whole into account is something that every jury does, and certainly I would imagine that that's what this jury did here as well.
What sense did you get from the jury? Do you think they got it? I mean, obviously you delivered a guilty verdict, but talking to them, was there a sense that this was going to end up this way?
I don't know that I had any more sense than anyone else in terms of, usually when giving a closing argument, certainly that's something where I'm focused more on making sure that I'm telling and recounting what happened truthfully and accurately for the jury. You folks would be in a better position than I would to be able to read the jury and try to interpret how they were receiving it.
How about in terms of him not showing up before? How did that impact the trial, do you think?
Well, the jury was specifically instructed. They could not take that into account. They could not even discuss that during deliberation. So we imagine that the jury followed the judge's instructions and that was not taken into account. That is his choice. If he chooses to not be here for trial, then that's what he would like, and that's what he gets.
Are you looking forward to seeing him at sentencing? I mean, you've been working on this case for some time.
The only thing I can respond to that is at the last sentencing that occurred, which was last year, he stated that he did not kill his daughter and that he looked forward to the trial. we look very much forward to sentencing.
May I ask the police chief a question?
Yeah, Chief.
Is that possible?
Sure, Chief Ellenberg?
In some of those early press conferences, you were very emotional talking about this. A little on your feelings today.
Yeah, I want to thank the team. I didn't do anything on this. Detective Max Rahill, Jack Dunleavy, Captain Layton, Captain LaRochelle, where are you? I know you're back there somewhere. And many others in the back of the room, Jesse O'Neill, Lyons, and these two gentlemen here. State of New Hampshire is lucky to have people like Attorney Agati and Attorney Knowles going after justice for victims. Yeah, it's been an emotional ride. I'll leave it at that.
What was it like for you to hear, you made sure you were here during the trial, and you were also here when the jury delivered that verdict, guilty. What was it like when you heard that verdict, guilty?
Feel good for the team, honestly. Dedicated. It's hard. Still got to find her. It's kind of where it's been articulated that well. If anybody, please, I mean, this girl deserves better than the life that she had. And at least this team, I'm thankful to the media as well, who kept Harmony's story out there. Bob, I know you did, Amy, many others, and you did it respectfully. You did it with dignity, so we appreciate that. And I just, there's never a good day with these things. This isn't about winning or losing. This is about a 5-year-old girl that was murdered by her father. And I can think of no worse crime. And I'm looking forward, and I know they are, to seeing him in sentencing.
Chief, I noticed Harmony's mother give you a handshake after everything. What did that mean?
Just a simple gesture of thank you. What do you say? You know, mother lost her daughter. You know, it's tough.
You know, she felt like she couldn't get anybody's attention. She kept sounding the alarm, and it wasn't until she got to Manchester PD that somebody listened.
Yeah, and Jack Dunleavy right there, he's the one that listened. And went to Lieutenant LaRochelle at the time, and went to Captain Layton, and we listened. And a couple other people at the back of the room, and many over there. We listened. And I got to be careful, but there's been some failures here. And those failures were not on the part of the Manchester Police Department. I will stand by that till the end of my career and beyond. I still firmly believe that some people in some other agencies need to be held accountable. And I'm asking for that. This little 5-year-old girl, she deserves somebody to be held accountable that failed along the way. Because we wouldn't be standing here today if other people had done their job. And if that hurts feelings, Ben's looking at me, I'm getting the look.
There's only one person I hold accountable, Chief, but that's all right. We just found him guilty.
Yes, sir.
Chief, you mean the state of Massachusetts and the state of New Hampshire?
Yeah, I do. All right, being honest with you. Will that ever happen? I don't know. But the man ultimately who is responsible for this act has been found guilty of a brutal murder.
But Chief, I'm assuming your message there is a child shouldn't be able to go unseen for 2 years without anybody taking notice.
Blows my mind.
You're on the pulse of the city. What's the temperature of the community out there right now?
I haven't been outside the building yet. I got to imagine as a community, greater Manchester area, the state of New Hampshire, probably feels pretty good right now that we collectively as a state did our part on behalf of Harmony. And, wherever she is right now, maybe she, feels it and feels what we're able to get done because of this team here. And Amy, where's the advocates? They're here somewhere. Ladies, all right. Didn't want to forget you guys.
And
thank
the people
you.
listening at home, there's this tip line still open.
There is. The tip line will remain open. Don't ask me the number off the top of my head right now because I got a lot going on. But the tip line is open. That's out there publicly available on our website and many other places. So, yes, to the Attorney Agati's point, I'm still convinced somebody's out there knows something a little bit more about where she may be, perhaps. And when the weather starts to break and people start getting out and walking around and the areas that they normally wouldn't in the winter, maybe they keep a little extra eye open, right? And maybe we catch a break.
When is he expected to be sentenced?
I'm about to say, I think I got that answer. With regards to sentencing on that, I expect that sentencing will probably be somewhere around, it could potentially be either just before the beginning of April, end of March, or it could be into May. It could take some time. It's all up to the court schedule on that, and also there needs to be adequate time. So we're estimating it's probably going to be at least a couple of hours, probably 2 or 3 hours, for sentencing to take place. That's all on the court schedule, and we'll abide whatever the court says.
Can you offer us a range? Minimum? Yeah.
Maximum, minimum. So, all right, so I've got to go through all the charges. For those of you unfamiliar with New Hampshire, when you get a felony sentence, you get 2 numbers. There's a minimum number and there's a maximum number. The minimum number can be no more than half of what the maximum number is. Essentially, your minimum number is the amount of time that you will spend there, and when you hit your minimum number, you are then eligible for parole. You may or you may not make parole, and then you stay on parole all the way up until your maximum number if you make it. So that's under the power of the Department of Corrections. Essentially, for the crime of abuse of a corpse, that is a Class A misdemeanor in New Hampshire, and that is punishable by a maximum of 12 months in the County House of Corrections. With regards to the second-degree assault, as well as the falsifying physical evidence, and the witness tampering, each one of those are Class B felonies. Maximum punishable is up to 3.5 to 7 years in the state prison, plus a $5,000 fine and 5 years probation. With regards to the charge of second-degree murder, the murder there is anything up to life with the possibility of parole. However, here Harmony was under the age of 13, which means under the operation of RSA 651:6, the minimum that the court should impose is 35 to life. Those sentences, whatever the court chooses to impose, they could be concurrent or consecutive with one another, but they must be consecutive to the career criminal charges that he was sentenced with last year, which means that whatever the court gives for sentencing from today's convictions will be consecutive to the 33.5 to 67-year sentence he got last year for the 2 armed career criminal charges.
Fair to say he's never getting out, if we wanted to shorthand it?
It's a lot of time. And I hope I'm not practicing at the time that minimum date ever comes around.
And the intercom kind of interrupted you when you were talking about how it's possible that we could still find Harmony because of the way she may have been wrapped up.
That's possible.
And I'd also like to ask you, in your closing, you talked about how she was robbed of her dignity and peace and a tombstone to go over her head, which was battered by feet.
Correct.
So put that all together for me. Why is it so important that we still remember and find Harmony, even though her father is now convicted on all counts?
It's important that we find her for dignity, for respect for another human being. It's not about a feather in the cap. And none of these people here, none of all those agencies that I listed, it's not about a feather in the cap to say that we found her. It's about, this is what she deserves. That's what you deserve. That's what I deserve. Everybody has that level of dignity that they should be afforded. And Harmony is just like anybody else. She deserves to have that too. And so the search is going to continue for her until we're able to find her.
Can we ask Dunleavy a question?
Sure can.
At the mic? At the mic.
Come on, Jack.
Your name was invoked over and over again as the lead on this investigation. Just give us a sense of it.
Overwhelming. We've got about 10 years on the job right now, and I never in my wildest dreams that a case like this would be something that I'd be assigned to. But I credit the people that I work with for gaining the experience I did to come to a great resolution today. I have great bosses. I have a great partner. I couldn't have done it without Max. He's become one of my best friends. Obviously, today is a great win, but it still feels like it's not complete. Didn't find her. I'm going to be on the job for some time. I still have about 15 years left, and as long as I'm a police officer, I'm going to continue to look for her.
Was there something that you recall in your first conversation with Kristen Story that made you say?
I just listened. Where other people might not have, I chose to listen to her. and gather all the facts and try to understand the whole picture. Mr. Montgomery, I had actually met him before in a time of need, so I was able to try to establish some rapport with him when I first met him. I had no dealings with Mrs. Sori prior to that, but I'm glad that she can come to me as a resource from here on out if she ever needs anything.
Can you take us inside that room when Kayla was actually walking through what happened and how that child was moved around? Could you believe what you were hearing?
It's really tough. You can imagine, for all this time we were trying to imagine in our minds what had happened and try to put the pieces together. But I don't know if any of us in that room could have imagined that was the details that would have emerged when it was all said and done. But obviously, it's got us going. In the case, we started collecting the necessary information we needed to, and now this is where we are today.
Was it hard to talk to her and get information out of her, or did she just kind of offer it up?
Of course, it's difficult to hear details like that, especially to a person like myself who deals with only cases where kids are physically and sexually abused. But I have a job to do. I can't let my emotions get in the way. So although it was difficult, I'm not going to lie. Of course it was difficult. Anybody would have been hard-pressed to hear that.
Was it difficult to get answers out of her because wasn't she on drugs? Was it hard to get answers out of her?
Again, I can't speak to that. We had a scheduled meeting with her, and the questions that were asked were what were asked, and the responses were true.
Can I follow up on that just for a quick
Sure.
second? I think going to your question, I think one of the important things to also recall is that she came and testified. So she had to be there for hours of cross-examination, several hours of direct examination, so that her recount of what had occurred had to be looked at and tested in front of the jury, and that's in fact what happened. So I think that, yes, there are certainly different statements that all witnesses make in different cases at different times, but the question is, do they then come forward, do they then get up on that stand, and then can people individually look at them and be able to assign, okay, now that I'm hearing this, what do I believe to be true? And the jury's verdicts today certainly go ahead and reflect what this jury believed to be true at the end with regards to the defendant's culpability.
And were you concerned that you were going to lose her testimony with the defense motions, and would that be a different outcome?
Concerned whether or not we'd lose her testimony. With regards to the motions, I think we certainly rest on our pleadings, and the court certainly considered that in making the court's ruling. With regards to the outcome, we are here to try to make sure that the full truth is presented in front of the jury, regardless of what the outcome is. Prosecutors in this state do not get paid more whether you find guilty or not guilty. In fact, we're sworn not to. We're sworn to seek justice, whatever that may be. I can tell you, even myself, one time I was in, it didn't happen to be a homicide case, but it was another case when we realized that the co-defendant could not have done it. We dismissed that charge in the middle of trial, because that's not the prosecutor's job. The prosecutor's job is to seek justice, whatever it is. So whether or not, what that meant for the verdict here on testimony, that was not a concern.
This duffel bag from the
With the guilty verdict today, do you have a
Have
message
you seen that duffel bag
to the
before?
defendant, Adam Montgomery, after
What was it used
everything
for?
that he's put this community through?
When we
everything
got
your
kicked out of
department's
the
gone through
house,
over
we
the past
put clothes.
Weeks and months and years.
And keep in mind, Chief, there are other things, of course, that are still going, but I'll go ahead.
Yeah, I better leave that one alone. What I hope for, honestly, is maybe, he's certainly probably aware of the verdict by now. And maybe within him is a small shred of decency that causes him to maybe let us know where Harmony is, because he knows. So maybe somewhere in that soul or whatever's going on there, maybe he has that shred of decency to, let's do the right thing.
And how are you doing today?
I'm good. We're good. MPD is a resilient police department, and yes, this is a major case. Probably in everybody's career up here, I've never seen anything like this, and hope we never see anything like this again. But we'll push through, and we got a job to do, and we got to get on to other matters. All these, Jack's got a caseload, Mac's got a caseload. This isn't the only case they got. So it's a good day.
Attorney Knowles, your reaction?
Obviously happy with the verdict, as Attorney Agati mentioned, and looking forward to some rest and relaxation.
I think one other thing with regards to Attorney Knowles is certainly is Attorney Knowles and I are only two parts of the trial team. We could not do this without the incredible work of the victim advocates on this particular case, who are assigned. They're actually standing behind you, and in making sure that the victim's family understands what's going on, to make sure that they're informed and that witnesses are organized, and also to make sure that the communication still flows freely, that they understand what's going on with the court process. And some of the other work also from the Attorney General's office is certainly we have an amazing group of administrative assistants and paralegals who we work with every day that help get us ready for trial, help us be able to present the information, and an incredible amount of work by some of the attorneys that formerly were on this case, and I'm referring specifically to Attorney Heather Shiniski and also Shay Roberts, but none more so than former Assistant Attorney General Jesse O'Neill, who now happens to work in a different line of work, still doing a great job representing clients, but the amount of work that he put forward on this case, again, was a lion, just like the rest of the officers here. So,
Just have to ask, is being soft-spoken a technique? What is that?
I don't know if I've got a good answer for that one.
Both of you.
Got a good answer for that one. Yeah.
Maybe.
My family's very loud, so I tend to lower my voice a little bit. But anyway, we've got to go grab and do some other stuff, so I hope we answered everybody's questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You've been listening to Senior Assistant Attorney General, also Chief of the Homicide Unit, Ben Agati. Here are the charges that Adam Montgomery has been found guilty of. All 5 charges by a jury.
I want to see Crystal, and I couldn't rewind on that one. So we are going to have to find it and go backwards. Let me see if Jess has texted me. Those guys are amazing, by the way. Maybe WMUR on here. Here we go. We need to see Crystal. Oh, she's not on here. They start with him. This is only 30 minutes.
Force that RSA so that he is present for sentencing.
This was a tough case.
Why can't we see Crystal? I'm confused. My soundboard. I know, isn't she precious? Maybe there's something on Twitter. Hold on. I'm just chewing on some celery. I'm not seeing it anywhere. Oh, look. I'm not seeing anything, and I couldn't rewind that. It's so frustrating. Yeah, that's the only one I can find. All right, well. Did you just hear the FedEx guy outside my door? Yeah. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to be live again at 6:30 tonight. We're going to do the Christopher Laundry read through. It's been a long couple weeks, but I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. See, I'll even come on here while I'm eating. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching this trial with me. Thank you for watching it for Harmony. And I'm going to leave it at that. Justice for little Harmony. And hopefully they find her. It doesn't sound like they're going to stop until they do. So, all right, guys. Have a good rest of your afternoon. I'm going to roll the credits. And I'll see you at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes.
Did I ask them to do that?
Sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone.
You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.